Okay. Well, looks like we're... Well, let me just make sure things working correctly. Yeah, looks like it is. So, finally time for Rogue. This should be an interesting one, because I have been very vocal in the past about how much I have usually hated Rogue, but honestly, I mentioned this a few times over the last few challenges, but as I've been playing this, I kind of dig Assassination. Like, I really like the spec. I've been having a lot of fun with it, so I'm actually really excited for this particular challenge, especially because this is one of those where I really did not expect to like Rogue. I thought I was going to absolutely hate it. I would say there's no way that I end up disliking Assassination already. I can already say that I think it's fun. So, we'll see. It may end up actually being one of my favorite specs by the time we're done with this, but we'll see. One thing I will just quickly note, just gonna throw it out there right at the start, is I am not feeling super great. So I was kind of on the fence about doing some streaming stuff on, tomorrow and Monday, and I was planning on potentially doing, like, MOP Classic leveling, and I can just already say that I'm not going to be streaming, like, the next 2 days, and probably not Tuesday as well, just because Tuesdays are usually very busy. We'll see. Maybe if I'm, like, feeling infinitely better on Tuesday, but I've kind of been feeling just sick in general the past week. I don't know what it is. I'm kind of on the fence about whether I actually need to go to the doctor or not. Because it's one of those where I don't have any, like, really bad symptoms, but it's one of those things where there's just a bunch of little things that are slowly building up. Like, a bunch of tiny little symptoms that just overall combine to make me just kind of feel like shit. And yeah, I just kind of in general feel really fucking exhausted nonstop, even after sleeping a perfectly normal amount. So I don't really know what's going on. I feel off, but I really wanted to get this stuff done. But the goal for this stream then is I'm not going to get all of Assassination Rogue done in one sitting. Theoretically, it might be possible, but I don't even necessarily know if I have the energy for that, especially, you know, the longer you go on, the more chance there is of hitting, like, a duplicate key, in which case I need to start pugging, and then it gets longer. So, I've planned out what I'm going to do. We can pull up the spreadsheet. And I have it set up, right? Where's the spreadsheet? There we go. Alright, got it. So here's the plan. Obviously, we're going to do Assassination today, and I'm going to try to get 2 vault boxes set up. So, I guess better way to word that is I'm going to try to get 4 out of 8 of the Keystone Hero keys done today, which that's normally been the goal, but I'm just like, that, a lot of times I've viewed that as like, oh, this is the bare minimum. I'm just going to go ahead and say, especially since I'm not particularly feeling great today, that is just the goal for today's stream. We're going to get half the challenge done, and we're just going to draw it there. That's this week's goal. We'll do the rest next week. That way I get 2, halfway vaults, and it'll be good. On top of that, after I do that at the start of the stream, I managed to push my Warlock's key up to an 11. I 2-chested a 9. So I'm going to run that 11. It's 11 Dark Flames, so piss easy. It's really hard to fuck that up. I say that now, but surely I'm going to end up getting some Demon Tank who bricks it down to, like, 9 again. Let's hope not. But I'm going to do 1 Demonology key, because I've mentioned this in my Discord, but, you know, in case you're watching them out of order and stuff, Demonology will be next. So, Demo is, well, Warlock in general is the last class to do after this. We are 2 classes away from having done Keystone Hero on every single class. Which, I'm going to be honest, that alone is a milestone that I'll be pretty fucking happy with. Because I've said it before, and I think that it's been kind of easily provable just through the fact that I've started doing some off-specs already. It's just infinitely easier to do the off-specs. Like, the hardest part, by far, is the very first spec. for a myriad of reasons, right? But the biggest one, without a doubt, is having to push my own key. I only need to do that once ever, and then once I've done one of the Keystone heroes, I already have score on all dungeons, and I have my own 10. Now, in some cases, on, Paladin and Shaman, I have Resilient 12s, and, whenever we do Enhance and Ellie, I can just run that and never deplete my key, so that'll be nice. Maybe I'll try to chip away at that. I'll probably try to get Resilience at least on, like, Warrior and Monk later on, but we'll see. So, getting that done will be very, very nice. I will feel a lot more certain about getting this done once that's taken care of. And although I want to do most of Demonology on its own stream, my initial plan before I was kind of feeling crappy was like, oh, we're going to do half of Rogue today, and then maybe we do Demonology like tomorrow and do like half of Demo. But while I do want to make sure that I get at least one key done on my Warlock, I don't want to do half of it, so we're just going to do the one key. Gonna get my Warlock a vault slot and a guaranteed plus 11 key or plus 10 key next week, and that'll set me up nicely to do Demonology Warlock next week as well. So all that should pan out pretty well. And then I'm also going to try to do a Mage key, a DK key, and a Survival Hunter key. Mage is the lowest prio out of that, just because I haven't really looked into any of the other mage specs, so we just be playing fire again, which is fine. I don't dislike fire, but that would just be a vault slot, which isn't even guaranteed to have something good. I wouldn't be, like, making progress towards the challenge at the same time. Why did I get whispered? I think it's a mistel. Whatever, we'll see. But what was I saying? Sorry, that got distracted by the message. I want to do a Survival Hunter key today for sure. I like survival, so I don't think it's going to be too difficult. And then I have a plus 12 key on my Blood DK, and I've said before that a stretch goal is going to be getting Keystone Legend on Blood DK, and I think that we can make progress on that. I need a vault key anyway, so that's the goal for today. And then Fire Mage, we'll see how I'm feeling by the end of the stream. We'll leave that for last. If I'm feeling good enough, we'll do Fire Mage. If not, I'll probably just do that on my own time over the next 2 days. Resilient on DPS is really nice since you are no longer at the mercy of tank sealers. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, it was a mistel. I was confused as to why. Yeah, that'll be really, really helpful for sure. And, I mean, in a lot of cases, it's not really that much of a concern. Like, the chances of things getting bricked, especially once I have good score. The problem is when I have crappy score, it's harder to find good people to apply for your groups if you don't really have the score to back it up. Anyways, let's close this. And I'll throw up my key. We can get crack-a-lackin' on this. I have a 10 Priory, which Priory I have no score for, so that actually works out well. So I've been getting pretty good, like a pretty good spread of score on this character, so hopefully if we reach a point where I have to start applying for groups, it shouldn't be too difficult. The first 2 keys will definitely be ones that I can use. The odds of the third key becoming Priory again are extremely low. It's, I mean, 1 in 7, right? So it's possible, but really unlikely. And then a little bit of a toss-up for the key after that, but we'll see. I mean, obviously we had Shaman where I rerolled 7 unique keys in a row, and then I had, I think it was Mage, that I just kept re-rolling into Theater of Pain, like, over and over and over. And I wanted to die. So, you never know how that's gonna go. It's a little bit annoying how the system works, but it's what it is. Now, obviously, forming my own group. We are at a normal time of day on a weekend, so hopefully it's not going to take too long, but when I was trying to form a group for my Warlock's key earlier today, it took me over an hour. That was early in the morning, though, so a little bit harder to find people. And that was also at 9, so hopefully more people at level 10, but it's always tough. Never know with these kind of things. I'm definitely strapped in for this to potentially take quite a while. I guess one of the nice things about not streaming tomorrow and Monday is I will have plenty of time to test overcharged delves on my own. There's like a lot of stuff that I need to get done that I've been like chipping away at. One thing that I did get set up, so for the mop leveling stuff, I'll definitely do multiple runs. What I've decided to do is we did the Panda starting zone like monk run a few weeks ago actually at this point. And I'm just going to continue going with that character for the Alliance leveling run, because for, like, the first set of runs, at least, I'm not really too concerned about, like, the time itself. Like, it's less of a speed run and more of a test run. So, although eventually I'd like to do one, single-sitting, really efficient run with a bunch of fancy stuff, I don't really think I will have any issue taking the character where we left off and just continuing, especially because the main stuff that I really want to test is like 35 to 60. The early levels are pretty set in stone. Like, there's not a whole lot of flexibility there, so it's not like I really care too much to test that. It's pretty straightforward. It's the later stuff that I really care about. So we're going to use that character for Alliance. In my free time, I did the Panda starting zone again, and I took my Warrior Anji through it. So for the Horde, initial Horde test run, 1 to 85 in Mop, I'm going to be doing it on a Warrior, and we'll be doing the Alliance run on a Monk. The vast majority of my runs are going to be done on monks, so that's what most of the future ones will be used with. But I figured, screw it, I plan on leveling a warrior at some point anyways, so it'll be good practice. That way I just already have some basic familiarity with like how the general talents go, and I can plan that as I go on live servers. So a single run for warrior I think will be fine. Which it technically for this run actually it doesn't matter at all, because I was planning on doing monk speedruns without the monk buff to simulate the experience properly. So now it just kind of works out fine. I do a warrior run. I don't have access to the monk buff anyway. Even on the Alliance run, we'll be playing a monk, but I won't be getting the Peak of Serenity thing, because I'm trying to simulate it without that for the leveling guide. Oh Jesus. Yeah, I'll pass on that. And I don't know exactly when I'm going to do that. The goal is I'm going to try to... Well, actually, I should clarify. I will 100% do both of those runs next week. It's just, I want to try to get them done earlier in the week, so we're not rushing. But worst case scenario, if I have to just dedicate like Friday and Saturday to getting those done, that's what I'll do. I want to get it done early because what I'm hoping is if I can get that done early, and I also finish both Assassination and some other stuff, like maybe on Thursday or something like that, then I might even have time for a third run during Darkmoon Faire, and this will be my only chance to get a Darkmoon Faire test run, because Darkmoon Faire is this week in Classic. It'll be my only chance to get a Darkmoon Faire test run before the pre-patch, with, like, all the fancy stuff. And I would like to do, basically, 3 runs now. The, rough draft Horde and Alliance test runs, and then one, probably going to do Horde, we'll see, run as a monk, getting the XP buffs with Darkmoon Faire, and basically just doing everything in my power to speed it up as much as is humanly possible. Right? And that probably won't be a Panda, The two runs that we're going to do test runs are Panda, because I think a lot of people are going to be leveling Pandas, so I want to make sure I test that thoroughly. But Panda is definitely, even in MOP, not the play for 1 to 85 speedruns, just because of how insanely slow their starting zone is. You lose pretty much an entire hour just by picking Panda, unfortunately. It's, I'm gonna be honestly a pretty solid race in general for, like, higher level stuff for alts, just because it's a good race in terms of racials, and the double rested experience thing will be really nice for leveling, like, multiple characters. Because then, if, like, when MOP launches, I can log on to all of my different pandas and just get their rested XP going, and they'll just be getting twice as much. So by the time I actually get around to leveling them, you know, much more experience has been built up. So that's going to be really, really nice for alt leveling. Werewolf said you missed... well, first off, good to see you. And you missed yesterday's stream after waiting for it for like 6 hours. Unlucky. I think I streamed at a pretty normal time yesterday. But I guess normal time for me is probably super late in Europe, right? So, unfortunate. I don't know if you started from the beginning or just joined in, but yeah, I mentioned right at the start of the stream, I've been feeling kind of under the weather, so my sleep schedule has been a bit, you know, volatile as of late. Adrian DB said, Asarogue is W? That it is. I actually do really like the spec. As I was saying, yeah, so that's the plan for at least the initial MOP speedruns. I'm probably going to do at least, like, one or, like, 2 more test runs. At least one, like, during this week, before the pre-patch, as, like, one final, like, data gathering thing for, making my guide. And the guide needs to be out by the 1st. Ideally, maybe, like, a day or so before, so people can read up on it. We'll see. It's going to be a lot of work, and as a result, that's why I really want to get the all classes done now, just so we can take a momentary breather in the challenge. Okay. Some promising epimedium. Are you good? I'm going to inspect this guy. I'm gonna check these other guys first. You are on Sargeras. Success. What talents is he running? Dude, I hate that it just force closes this thing. Ugh. Man. Fucking socket your ring, you dipshit. Just, like, he's probably fine. I just, like, I don't get it. It's not that much gold. Like, just fucking socket your shit. You're using a single stat jet. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah. Just... It takes so little effort. So little effort to do the bare minimum. Like, the rest of his stuff looks good. I'm not gonna kick him. There's not enough red flags for me to be like, eh, but, like, fucking socket your shit, dude. Come on. I'll inspect him just to see. Great warrior. Weapons are enchanted. This guy doesn't have sockets. 0 sockets. Like, dude, I swear, I think some people just don't understand that you can socket your gear. Like, do they just not know? Like, you're running the crit effect thing, but then you don't have fucking any gems socketed. You put in the meta gem, but then you just fucking socket your shit. It's so cheap. It's not expensive. Man. It's frustrating. So frustrating. How do you socket? You thought, oh, goodness gracious, no. Magnificent Jeweler setting. Adds 1 socket to an amulet or a ring. Jewelry can have up to 2 sockets. You can have completely, I mean, basically for free, right? Like, 200 gold is not a lot. This is like, I mean, world quests give like 700 gold. The world quests that give gold give 700 gold. I don't know if there's one up right now, but, like, it's not hard to get gold. This is why, like, I hate when... I'm not saying that you literally said this, but this is why, yeah, okay, actually, here we go, boom. 837 gold from fucking world quest. You can literally buy, like, all of your Magnificent Jeweler settings from a single world quest. So you can see here, I have 2 sockets on my ring, 2 sockets on my necklace. Cersei Circlet can't take sockets. So realistically, you're only adding 4. But yeah. That... You didn't know that was a thing? Is it like... Man, I didn't realize that wasn't common knowledge. I mean, I'm glad I managed to teach you that. There you go. Wait, gee, is it really not as common knowledge as I... Blizzard needs to be better about advertising stuff like that to people. It's crazy that people don't realize that that's a thing. Maybe I'm just in my own bubble and it really is just not a common thing. Who sockets champion gear? I socket champion! It's 200 gold! 200 gold! That's it! It's not... Yeah. Look. If you are socketing gear that you know you're going to replace, okay, sure. If you know you're going to replace it, don't waste money on a socket. But if you're doing plus 10s, or anything remotely in that range, fucking socket your shit. I do it on every single one of my characters. Basic, standard practice. Socket your shit. Okay? Socket your shit. Gems are not that expensive. If you buy rank 3 gems, they might be expensive. Look at what I have. Now, I bought rank 3 gems because I have, like, fuck you money, okay? But, like, Quick Sapphire. Alright, let's look at Quick Sapphire. Quick Sapphire. Oh, wow, 500 gold for a single gem. That's not a lot of money. That's not... Hey, do you want to know... You cannot tell me that it's a lot of money, because I have the ultimate, like, you know, Uno reverse card. I literally just created a new account on Europe, right? I've been playing that brand new account. I have fucking nothing. No gold, no tokens, whatever. And on that character, I already have 35,000 gold. Literally just playing the fucking game for like 2 days on that character. Brand new, a single level 80, 35,000 gold. That is infinitely more than enough gold to buy all of this shit like 3 times over. Like, yeah, obviously, I'm not saying to buy the most expensive stuff possible. Now, I will say, if you're like Mythic rating, you should be buying rank 3 enchants. Mythic rating, different story, right? But we're not talking about Mythic rating. We're talking about plus 10s. Like, put in the bare minimum effort. Getting sockets, getting rank 2 gems and enchants and everything is not a lot of gold. Anybody can get that. A fresh account player can get that. It's really easy. Like, in the past, people have, like, said, oh, you know, you have so much gold, you know, you're looking at it from a wrong... No, I literally just made a fresh character, fresh account, and I have 35,000 gold on that fresh character. It is not hard to make gold in this game. It's not hard to make enough gold to do the bare minimum shit. Really, it's not. Within 5 minutes of the start of stream, we managed to tilt him. Playing right into your hands, huh? Almost didn't get the stealth off in time. Doing a big pull. Okay. Yeah. Alright. All things considered, that went pretty well. No, don't chain pull, don't chain pull, don't chain pull. Stealth off. Okay, nice. I don't know why this guy was going up the stairs. Alright, guys, I'm gonna minimize chat, and I will see you after this, because I want to focus a little bit. First key is a rogue. I want to make sure I'm not fucking this up. Chain pulling. Why are we chain pulling? Why are we going this side, dude? What is this? I shouldn't have done that, actually. It's fine, I think. Stealth. What are we doing? Dude. Okay, hey, W! Good shit. A little bit... I'm very scared about him doing this close to the patrol. Unless he's just banking on it. Which... maybe. Okay, got the re-stealth. shit, I didn't get full combo points there. Probably doesn't matter, because he's about to die, so I can get the 3 Deathstalkers. Okay. Probably gonna pull into the High Priestess, so I'm gonna use my burst on her. Do this, I fucked that up. I really fucked that up. I did not mean to fat finger that, but whatever, we go. Just gonna do this. I'm really not playing this well. I'm really not playing this well at all. I completely fucked that burst. I completely fucked that burst. Okay. That's not ideal. I kind of missed the mob. Come on, man. Like, really? You had to do the chain pull when the mob is at fucking 1% health. You just couldn't fucking resist. Oh, God, Oh! One thing that kind of annoys me about the spec. Hug tanks fucking do not respect you at all. It is rough. Alright. Should be fine. I maybe could have used a Vanish Charge at some point in there, but I kind of feel like in this next room I'm going to need all my Vanish Charges, so yeah, it's whatever. Yep, hold it. Alright. Yeah. Definitely the correct call, saving both Vanish Charges. I am... I'm really glad I made that choice now. Dude, look at him go. He's got markers out and everything. A little bit energy starved, but not a whole lot I can do about that right now. Maybe use a Vanish Charge. It's a tough call. I think I should probably just save it. Wait for it. Wait, I'm a survey. I think I've been fucking up my Deathstalker's mark a little bit. But not... all things considered, it's fine.
Has warped the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against is madness.
Obis. Okay, let me get the re-stealth, please. No, I wonder actually, how does sudden demise work with the Xal'atath Harbinger? Does it count the, like, if the damage would overkill the shield? I really hope he's not about to try and do what I think he's about to try and do. Oh my god. Oh my god, you are so lucky. This is a fucking demonic way to pull this shit. That is so fucking cursed, and I can't believe he actually went for it. Yep. You would ever try and do that?
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Oh, that was a recovery. Please don't chain pull. Just give me a second, dude. Okay. Surely we double pull this, dude. Okay. Don't chain pull the boss. Do not fucking chain pull the boss, you bastard. Okay. Ugh.
Four, three, two, one.
What the fuck? How did he die? Almost impressive.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna save Vanish for the shields. Brothers and sisters, hearken to the flame.
My emissary brings you 4, 3, 2, 1.
Big Crimson Tempest snapshotted on that guy now. Should be good. I guess theoretically I could have tried to go for like another Vanish and get some AoE Ruptures out, but should be fine.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, I am just hitting all the wrong shit today. That's fine. Oh! Damn! Barely lost to the Survival Hunter in overall. But
It is done. These zealots no
we'll take it.
longer scare our faith towards destruction.
Good shit.
All who
Yeah, this is definitely...
light of the sacred flame.
It's kind of weird because, like, a lot of times it feels like my single target is not great, but I did talk to one of my friends, like, yeah, but then I fucking shred everybody on trash, which there's, like, a lot of different assassination rogue builds, and Sudden Demise is the one that basically every single person was saying that, like, you should be running at this key level. The bleed build and stuff. Because it does crazy damage on, you know, obviously large pulls like that. It's just janky because obviously you really need to have stealth to make it work, so you got to be very conservative with your Vanish charges, but I think I played that well overall. Alright. Let's read some chat. Most of your alts that run 6 and 7s have sockets in their jewelry. Are they gemmed? Sometimes. Dude. The Mistweaver in my guilds did not have one of his rings socketed. So I traded him 2 Magnificent Jeweler settings, and he put sockets in his ring, and then he was like, oh, thanks. And then he just didn't put gems in it for the rest of raid. So it was a Mythic Jasters, by the way. Here, I'll leave my talents up if you want to analyze them. I just copied the Sudden Demise bleed builds. Really, not too complicated. Everything that I looked at was running this. But yeah, so if you're gonna suck it, then make sure you put the gems in. Tank almost died running to their pull spot. Yeah, I didn't say anything because I was locked in, but I was really scared there on that first pull. I don't know why so many people are obsessed with doing that gigantic pull at the start of fucking Priory. It's so unnecessary. Just because you see big streamers doing it in, like, resilient keys, doesn't mean that you should try and potentially brick a 10 by fucking up the first pull, doing something incredibly risky. It's so dumb. Like, it worked out. It's still a shit pull to do in pugs. But yeah, it definitely is, like, the MDI pull that, like, everybody and their mother wants to try now. It's so fucking annoying. Crab has a shank, yeah. Crossout said follow because I'll now be socketing all your gear. Jeez. That many people didn't know you could socket your gear? You're welcome, I guess. God damn. Yeah, socket your shit. PSA. Should I just, like, make a YouTube video being like, hey, in case you haven't known, almost a year into this expansion, you could get 4 free sockets. There you go, there's the tip. I thought it was common knowledge. I guess not. Most boring AoE spell, Fan of Knives? I mean, you could say that about a lot of stuff. Like, functionally, what's the difference between Fan of Knives, Whirlwind, Crimson Tempest, or the Spinning Crane Kick, I mean? There's just, like, so many melee AoEs that are just the same thing. Filler AoE spell is like, I mean, every spec needs to have one. By that logic, you should say that Mutilate is like the most boring single target spell. Tiger Palm is the most boring single target spell, you know. I mean, generators are not meant to be super interesting. And I don't think you spam Crimson Tempest like that. Pretty sure it's mostly for the bleed. Actually, in a lot of cases, you don't want to early refresh Crimson Tempest, because Crimson Tempest, this is one of the big things that my my rogue friend in my guild explained to me. Crimson Tempest snapshots. So, deals extra damage when multiple enemies are afflicted, increasing by 20% per target, up to 100%. So, it caps out at 5 targets, but, for instance, if you hit a Crimson Tempest on, like, 5 or more targets, and then it has, like, 3 seconds left, but you're down to 3 targets, you don't really want to refresh it early, because then it'll be doing less damage. So, you want to try and time it to refresh, like, exactly as it expires. Because although it, like, it pandemics, it doesn't, the new amount of targets hit will snapshot overwrite it, so you'll lose a little bit of damage. Which, like, admittedly, that's very min-maxy, right? But it's just something interesting that I've been trying to keep in mind. Maybe you should try macroing tricks to your stealth ambush, so you know you... Yeah, I probably should do that, huh? Can you tricks like an NPC? No. I guess, yeah, it has to be someone in your party, right? Probably to prevent, like, griefing stuff. Phantom Knives Crimson Tempest thing was from BFA or previous expansion? Yeah, possibly. Spinning Crane Kick is super fun with the add-on that spins your whole screen. Yeah. Energy low, no Thistle Tea charge. Well, to be clear, by the way, the way Thistle Tea works, it automatically triggers when your energy is low. So... on single target, one of the main things that I have already learned about Assassination is, on single target, you're going to be energy starved. That's just how the spec works. That's fine. On AoE, you have infinite energy because of Venomous Wounds. But yeah. Try using an on-focus macro. Yeah, I probably should. Yeah, honestly, I'm going to be completely real. I genuinely don't have the energy to try and set that up right now. Like, I probably should do that. I think my friend even sent me a weak aura to do that, but I really do not have the energy. Sun Demise is bugged, broken, and delves. Maybe Xal'atath is another exception to the working of that talent. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, because... like, the weird thing about the Xal'atath Harbinger thing is it has 1 HP, but it has a gigantic shield. So things like Execute obviously work, Touch of Death works, which is why monks are really good for that. But it's like targets below 35% health instantly bleed out and take fatal damage when it would do whatever percent of their remaining health. Well, technically speaking, the Xal'atath thing is always below 35% health. So I'm wondering... I don't... Actually, I'm curious about this. Yeah. Because it might be like if you put it on something while they're below 35%, but that isn't necessarily true. I don't know. It's interesting. And... I'm curious. Doesn't really matter, because obviously the moment you hit 12s, it'll stop mattering, and I'm gonna do my 12 Cinder Brew here, so just trying to make sure I read chat first. Bookworm said, I found out that I could socket jewelry from your stream. It's left out of the Wowhead guides. Really? God damn. If anybody watching right now used my alt catch-up guide, can you confirm or deny that I mentioned the Magnificent Jeweler setting in my video? I'm like 99% sure I did. I am like almost certain that at one point in the video, I specifically discuss... I take like a 5-minute tangent to basically be like, hey, this doesn't improve your item level, but make sure you get like gems, enchants, this stuff is important. I'm almost certain that I did mention that. But I would feel like a real idiot if I somehow forgot to include that in my alt catch-up guide now that I'm literally harping on it. I think I did, though. It's not a common knowledge thing. No class guide you looked at mentions anything about that item from the AH. Now that, I think, might be a stretch. That I actually almost... I mean, it could be that some guides don't do it. I'm gonna look at the Brewmaster guide, because I know Sinzu is usually a pretty reliable person. Let's go to consumables. Symbol. Brewmaster Guide. The Brewmaster Guide mentions it. You can add 2 sockets to the new jewelry item with the help of Magnificent Jeweler setting. Alright, W. Sinzu. Lincoln is another guide writer I know. Let me look at Lincoln's Prop Heli Guide. Does he mention it there? I'd imagine a lot of that is probably copy-paste. Oh no! Lincoln doesn't mention the Magnificent Jeweler setting in his Prop Heli Guide. Lincoln, no! I trusted you. What about the rogue guides? Whisper's guide for Assassination was really good. I've read this a lot while trying to learn this. So let's see. Does Whisper remember to mention it? Nope. Whisper forgot to mention Magnificent Jeweler setting in his post. Okay, yeah. Wowhead really needs to make sure that that's standardized in all of their posts then. Because Sinzu put a line about it in his Brewmaster guide. What other guide writers are usually really good? Who do I know? Fu is a really good guide writer. I think he does subtlety, right? Yeah, Fu does subtlety. Alright, does Fu remember? Nope. Fu doesn't mention it on his. On one hand, it's like... I can't really blame them too much, because I'm going to be honest, I really genuinely think a lot of them probably are of the same mindset as me, of like, they probably all think it is literally just common knowledge. This is one of those, like, kind of culture shock things where I'm realizing that, like, people who are new to the game just don't know about that, which I guess it makes sense. Like, if you don't see it in a guide, like, returning players, it's something that, you know, obviously I was keenly aware of because we've had items kind of like that for many expansions now. So, like, if I were to take a break from the game and come back, I would probably immediately look into, like, how do sockets work in this expansion, because, I mean, that's another... This is just a Blizzard problem, right? But they changed the way that sockets work in literally every single expansion, which, admittedly, is just pretty shit game design. They do this every single expansion. They always reinvent the wheel in some new and stupid ways that really add nothing. Because keep in mind, there were sockets last expansion that you could add, but instead of it being 2 to every single jewelry, it was 3 to a necklace. You could add 3 free sockets to a necklace. Why did they change it to now being only 2 on necklace and 2 on rings? I don't fucking know. They just decided that that's how they wanted to do it this time. See, ooh, Tettles. Tettles does the Boomkin guide. Did Tettles remember? Let's see. Nope, Tettles doesn't mention his. It's interesting because there is a generic copy-paste line about, like, recommended gems that is in, like, most of the Wowhead guys I've looked at. And, like, Sinzu, the Giga Chad that he is, didn't do that and has, like, a very long, detailed explanation for the Brewmaster gem section. Yet another Brewmaster W. And he mentions the Magnificent Jeweler setting. What are some other guys? Yeah, okay, Automatic Jack does the Disc Priest ones. Let's see. No, yeah, it doesn't mention anything. Man, I really want to find at least one other guide. It's kind of funny that the first guide I looked at, the Brewmaster one, actually did recommend it. Now, every single other guide I've looked at doesn't have the recommendations. What are some other... I think those are the only, like... guide writers that I know of. Yeah, no, that's crazy. I think Volk does Preservation Evoker. Does he mention it there? No? Wow. Okay. The sockets were only from Vault tokens before Dragonflight? Yeah, come to think of it, was there one in Shadowlands? Well, okay, so Shadowlands was weird, though. Because Shadowlands wasn't just Vault tokens. Shadowlands had other ways to add sockets to gear. There was the Venari Chisel. I forget the name of it. But Shadowlands... Actually, did we even have Vault token sockets? I think they might have added it later in the expansion. But the main way I remember early on is with the Soul Ash item. The chisel thing that you bought off Venari. Yeah, it technically wasn't from... Yeah, like Shark said, from doing the Ma rep. Not technically from Torghast, but yeah. Close enough. Yeah, it was terrible and I farmed it on 3 characters. And I hated every second of it. Honestly, the last time that I took a break from WoW was, like, tail end of Castle Nathria. That was one of the worst patches I've ever played. I mean, Shadowlands was hated for a reason. We don't need to revisit that. This all said, I looked at the VOD, the priest got blinded, and then the beam targeted them. Ah. Makes sense. Last floor from Torghast, you could get something? Well, last floor from Torghast was just, like, where you got your Soul Ash, right? And then you had to spend... Well, it was Stygia, right? I'm trying to remember the name of the... It was something Chisel. I'm 99% sure it was something Chisel. If I just wowhead Chisel, I might be able to find it. Chisel. Soulfire Chisel. No, that different thing. That's the... Yeah, I'm confusing the item to remove Shards of Domination with whatever the Venari thing was. What was... Venari? Venari sells... Spatial Realignment Apparatus. Okay, yeah, there's no way I was remembering the name of that. Adds a socket to a Shadowlands Season 1 item that does not already have one. Can be used on helms, necks, bracers, belts, or rings. There you go. God. Dude, I think I'm getting PTSD just by reading the fucking Venari vendor items. Fuck, this was so bad. How the fuck did anybody at Blizzard think that any of this would ever be enjoyed by players? It's just... Jesus. Look at my character's currency tab. Well, you see, this character is brand new. I created this character, like, a few months ago. It's also on my alt account, which I've only had for about a year, period. So, any character that I have that, did Shadowlands isn't even on this account. You have nostalgia Stockholm Syndrome from Castle Nathri and Shadowlands? Oh, you started in Shadowlands? Holy fuck. I'm amazed you're still here. Not just Soul Ash, not Stygia. I remember an epic consumable. It might have been a rare drop, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the farm rep with every character was just a what the hell are you thinking move. Yeah, especially... The Maw dailies are some of the most soul-crushing things that I've ever had to do. I did it on... It was really unfortunate for me, especially, because these days, obviously, I play a lot of characters, right? But back in the day, I mean, I played more characters than most people, probably. But it was infinitely harder to play, like, really seriously play multiple characters at once and dedicate to that. Required infinitely more time investment. But in Castle Nathria, I had 3. And that is one of the reasons why it killed my motivation. Which, admittedly, that was not necessarily by choice. I started on Vengeance Demon Hunter, but, you know, even though it was good, I just didn't enjoy it at all. And so I was playing my Brewmaster more. But then DPS Warrior was really bad that patch. And so, like, nobody was playing Warrior, so we didn't have Battle Shout buff. So I swapped Prot Warrior, and then I had to full pivot to that for Prog. And I had to do fucking Maw stuff on all 3 of them, and buy legendaries on all 3 of them. Gouged Eye of N'Zoth. Oh, is that the, yeah, that's the Visions Season 4 socket. The best way to rep farm is to sit in a 30-man group and clear each rare spawn each day. Makes sense. Yeah, I remember I did most of my stuff solo. It was kind of weird, though, because there was this whole thing where you had, like, the Eye of the Jailer, and you would get kicked out after a certain amount of time. And I remember it was really weird because, like, some things gave Eye of the Jailer progress more than others, so you had to do some really dumb stuff to game it, because it didn't matter how efficient you were, at a certain point you would max out your Eye of the Jailer, and then you could not gain rep after your bar was full. Like, it would prevent it. I usually went around with, like, 3 people, because the main problem is the guys that would, like, the mercenaries that would spawn, and if you didn't kill them fast enough, they can add Eye of the Jailer progress to you, which is basically every little bit of extra Eye of the Jailer percentage you're gaining from, like, enemy damage and not from doing activities is effectively reputation and Stygia lost. I think Eye of the Jailer is maybe one of the most punishing systems they've ever implemented. Because it was, like, basically, if you think about it, it was possible to brick your daily quests. If you did it improperly, you could just get way less daily rewards than somebody else. And there's no way around it. Like, if you fail, you don't get to retry. It's just, fuck you, come back in 24 hours. Really punishing. Oh, shit. Shark subscribe with Prime. Thank you, Shark. Rambling and only just looked at chat, but I appreciate it. Yeah. I guess we'll have to figure out the optimal farming method whenever Shadowlands Classic rolls around, huh? Want to help this person struggling with an elite? Nope, get punished. Exactly. On a different note, after you gushed about Assassination on Discord, you took your own rogue out for a spin. 4 LFR bosses later, you're 622, you have 4-piece and heroic Jasters. Nice. I would say definitely use your next dinar on a heroic House of Cards. Like, people really like Jasters, but honestly, Jasters is really not that good. And for some specs, like for Brewmaster Monk, Jasters is actually not even good. Now, Brewmaster is the extreme example because it has literally Brewmaster's 2 worst stats on it. But keep in mind that Jasters is a ring with like a pretty marginal bonus effect. It's the type of thing where if you like those stats, it's good. It's just a ring with free shit on it. If you don't like Haste or Mastery, which, you know, most rogue specs I think do to an extent, or at least they don't hate it to the way like Brewmaster does, then it's okay. But a lot of people treat it like a really powerful bonus effect. Because there have been some in the past, and it's not that. It is definitely not worth running in all situations. The recommendation from Wowhead first is Jasters. I'm actually very surprised they recommend that. That is objectively incorrect. It is objectively wrong to suggest taking Jasters. The only reason why maybe they would do that is because it's very rare, but, like, it doesn't matter if it's very rare if you're still planning to get it eventually with Dinar. It is just objectively less power than House of Cards. Especially considering on Hero Track, it's just not even that much better than Cersei Circlet. So, yeah, that is a weird recommendation by Wowhead. Shadowlands Classic would be so horrendously terrible. Yeah. I've said for a while, and I'm probably going to stick by this. I think that BFA Classic is where I, take my leave from Progressive Classic. I don't really have any interest in doing BFA onwards. It's been, a very interesting question, I think, would be, if I had not originally played BFA, would I try BFA Classic? Knowing everything that, people say about BFA, like, if I hadn't been there to experience it myself, would I give it a shot? That is a really interesting question. Or rather, if knowing what I know now, I had to go back in time and decide whether or not to play BFA again, would I do it? That is a more difficult question. Because honestly, I don't necessarily think BFA was all bad. It was definitely not a great expansion. I did not really like Uldir much. I did really enjoy Battle of Dazar'alor. I would definitely play Battle of Dazar'alor again. I actually think, unironically, it was a good patch. There's a lot of weird hate for that patch, and I think, like, in retrospect, it's definitely not, like, one of the best patches ever, not even remotely. But it was, in my opinion, it was honestly on the same level as Ny'alotha if you look at the overall quality of the patch. BOD was not a stellar patch, but it was pretty consistently solid throughout the entire way through. Ny'alotha, a lot of people remember the end, where I would say, yeah, like, tail end of Ny'alotha, probably a lot better than any point in BOD. But it's like, end of an expansion, they let people go wild. But the beginning of Ny'alotha was really shit. Like, it was just really garbage. Really, really not fun. So, I don't know. It's really tough to say. And as much as, like, the Nazjatar patch was just kinda shit, like, Mechagon was really fun, especially playing through it the first time. Mechagon is a fantastic zone. The dungeon is really good. Doing the hard mode for the first time was unironically very fun. There were some cool things in Ashara's Eternal Palace. Like, is it a raid that I'd want to go back and do again? No. But do I regret doing it, like, Prague for the first time? Not really. It wasn't my least favorite raid ever. So, I don't know. You love how some of the Wowhead Dinar advice robot is like, buy whatever the fuck you want as if I care? Yeah, I would not really ever go to Wowhead for Dinar advice. That's the kind of stuff where, like, they force their guide writers to include stuff like that. And the other thing that you need to consider, and this I do know because I saw them do this, almost all of the Wowhead articles had Dinar recommendation sections from day one of the patch. Before we knew anything about Dinar, Wowhead data mined that there might be a Dinar system early on, and so they forced every single guide writer to, in the baseline version of their guide, include a Dinar recommendations. And I guarantee you the vast majority of them wrote it back when the patch came out in March and have not updated it at all since then. So, yeah, I would not use that as a reference. I would very much use your class discords as a source for Dinar. Let's see if there's any good applicants. For 12, I'm going to be a little bit picky. I feel like I ran with this guy at some point. Oh, fuck me. Okay, unlucky. Nostalgia says BFA and Legion good, but then you remember not being able to log off without feeling like you're wasting grind time. I feel it's absolutely criminal to bucket BFA and Legion in the same time. They're fundamentally different experiences. I will argue with you heavily about Legion. There are pros and cons. The best thing that I can say about Legion, which is why I think most people agree that Legion Classic would work really well, and personally what I think you can do, literally the only issues with Legion Classic had to do with things like that, like grind stuff, RNG stuff. And a lot of that was pretty well fixed by the end of the expansion. And obviously, Blizzard has shown, the Classic team at least, that they're willing to make extensive changes if needed. So, compared to the stuff that they're already doing for MoP Classic, they're doing some really big changes for MoP Classic. I'm quite surprised. The amount of stuff they're doing for MoP Classic, if anybody had any doubts that they would do stuff like the Legendary Vendor from launch in Legion Classic, hopefully that has been addressed by now. They are definitely willing to make large changes to improve the gameplay experience. And the only thing that you need to do to make Legion just absolutely amazing is to fix those issues. The thing that Legion had is Legion had fantastic content pretty much across the board. It had, for the most part, really good class design. There are some notable exceptions, but a lot of classes still felt really good in Legion. And I think that as long as you have that, as long as the game is fun to play, like, that's the whole thing about wasting grind time. I've seen so many people use the whole, like, Maw of Souls farming for artifact power, which would most likely be nerfed in a Legion setting. But here's the thing. As somebody who did that Maw of Souls artifact power grind, I did so many Maw of Souls keys. And you know what? I fucking loved it. It was fun. I love Maw of Souls. It is my favorite dungeon of all time. And I really do not regret farming it. I had so much fun. I farmed artifact power and I fucking loved it. Because guess what? My spec felt good to play, and Maw of Souls is just an amazing dungeon. And you didn't even necessarily need to farm Maw of Souls, like, it was the most effective way, but you could do other stuff, right? The single genuine major pain point on Legion launch was legendary RNG. Is that Stockholm Syndrome? No, dude. I was arguing with people back in the day about it, and saying, you know, you guys are pansies, get in there and farm AP. It's fun. I helped a lot of my guildies run Maw of Souls. I forget the exact number. I farmed something like 200 whatever Maw of Souls, which, mind you, compared to, like, Race the World First Raiders, didn't farm nearly as many, but I farmed, like, triple digits Maw of Souls. And I love that dungeon. I love Maw of Souls. BFA is a separate problem. The biggest issue with BFA is a lot of BFA's content is just not very good. And the even bigger issue, the class design in BFA was really bad. BFA, in many cases, had worse class design than Shadowlands. Shadowlands was an overall worse expansion, but there are many classes that felt better to play in Shadowlands than they did in BFA. For all its faults, it did that one a little bit correct. Still a far cry from what we have now. Class design is in an infinitely better place than those two expansions. Oh my goodness. No. Like any of that. But yeah, I will say launch Shadowlands class design was pretty not great. I think Shadowlands you kind of need to separate launch and 9.1 and then 9.2. A lot of classes got like way better in Sepulchre, the first ones. Honestly, 9.2 does so much heavy lifting for Shadowlands. A lot of heavy lifting. Shark said, I did not play BFA originally. You would only be interested in the 3.5 patch with corruptions after they made them not asked to grind for. The part of Classic that interests me is playing unique iterations of specs that are interesting. I don't know if any spec off the top of your head that intrigues you. Like, you mean any spec that intrigues you in the BFA era? In which case, I agree with you on that. My main draw to Classic, well, I would say two main draws, is one, kind of exactly what you said, but for tanks as a whole. It has been very interesting for me to see, like, how tanks kind of evolved over time. Because, like, a lot of people going into original Vanilla Classic told me that I was going to hate tanking back then. Because, like, tanking is so different, you know. Especially back then, all my friends knew me as, like, you know, the Parslord tank who only cares about damage and tries to get 99s at every boss, blah, 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 blah. They're like, tanks, you know, back in the day, he shakes fist in air, tanks didn't do damage. Tanks were there to soak up hits for the party. And so nobody cared about tank damage. That's only a thing that people do in retail. And the irony of that is that tank damage in Classic actually, in many ways, matters more than it does in retail. Because in Classic, tank threat, which obviously technically it's tank threat, right? But in a lot of cases, the more damage you're doing, the more threat you're doing. There are some weird cases where, like, a spec will have, like, a really high threat modifier ability, like Icy Touch Death Knights in Wrath of the Lich King, But the more damage you're doing, the more threat you're building, the more your DPS can blast. And that is like 99% of classic tanking. If you have good enough gear, you just won't die as long as your healers are keeping you alive. So you just build full into threat so that you could just kill the boss in under a minute and just not worry about anything at all. So it did kind of turn out to be pretty funny that no, actually min-maxing damage even in 2005 was the way to go. It's just people fucking sucked at the game back then, so of course they didn't realize it. And although it is very different, I actually really enjoyed playing Warrior in like 2019. It was an interesting experience. Not something that I'd want to do again, which is why when I played Anniversary, I played a Feral Druid, which was also fun to figure out. And even stuff like Sod Warlock tank is really interesting. I mean, I love tanking, right? And I love seeing different iterations of how you can play a tank. And stuff like, you know, Cataclysm Blood Decay, in many ways, feels better than modern iterations of Blood Decay. I think the first iteration of Blood Decay in a long time that has really made me say, okay, this is actually good, is like Sand Lane right now. The next closest thing was Sepulchre, the first one's Blood, which a lot of people will cite as like a very good iteration. And it definitely was the best Blood Decay had felt for a long time at that point. But there were still some things about Sepulchre Blood Decay that I didn't love, whereas I actually think Sand Lane Blood right now feels really good. It has some problems, but a lot of those are more due to just the design of Mythic Plus currently. In Raids, Sand Lane Blood feels perfect. Feels really good. It's fun. So, man, I am really underwhelmed by like everything that I'm seeing in queue. I feel bad because like the healer is solid, and I don't really want to lose them, but also I'm not going to just invite random people to this, so I'll sit here for another 30 minutes if that's what it takes. Especially because, you know, got a lot to ramble about right now. Works out well. But yeah, the other interesting thing about Classic was getting to see the hard bosses, which I'm definitely excited for a lot of stuff in Mists of Pandaria. Siege of Orgrimmar was the first raid that I ever really played, but I never did Mythic Siege. I only did Heroic. But I guess it started off as Heroic back then, but the modern day Heroic. I got AOTC. Siege was my first ever AOTC, but I never did like Cutting Edge Siege, so that should be cool. And like honestly, Wrath of Lich King Classic was pretty interesting, but the thing that surprised me, I think, the most about Wrath Classic is that historically, I heard so many people talk about, like, ICC being, like, one of the best raids ever, and, oh my god, ICC's so epic, you get to face the Lich King. And, like, ICC was fucking trash. ICC is genuinely, I think, one of the worst raids I've played through in Classic. It is just a terrible raid. I can't think of any boss I enjoyed, and it has one of my least favorite bosses I've ever experienced, which is Council of Blood, or whatever that one was called, the Blood Prince Council. That is just an objectively garbage fight. Really, really bad. There's no redeeming qualities about it. I don't know how that ever got made. But, like, I guess Sindragosa was, like, a solid fight. It was a little bit gimmicky, but it was fine. Putricide was fine. I didn't hate Putricide. But, like, every other boss in ICC was, like, either insanely gimmicky or just, you know, gimmicky to the point of being tedious, really. Like, not even... Like, there are fun gimmick bosses, and then there's just... Like, Styx is kind of a fun-ish gimmick boss. Obviously, Styx is very chaotic, and, you know, modern boss fight. It's a little bit different. I'm sure... Like, what would be a good example of a gimmicky boss in that era of WoW? I'm trying to think of a good comparison. I think Chimeron, maybe? Which Chimeron, I think, was fine. Chimeron was fairly gimmicky with the whole, like, you know, you drop down really low and you have to have the healers topping you up. But like that, I felt like that was a solid fight, right? But there were so many really annoying gimmick bosses in ICC. I just genuinely had no fun at all. And by the time that I got to Lich King 25 Heroic, I didn't kill it. I quit. I got to Lich King 25 Heroic, and the guild that I was in was also kind of toxic, so I just really didn't have any interest in progging it. But I was so burnt out from that raid by that point, and it was just... it was not fun. It seemed like Lich King definitely seemed like an interesting boss, and if I had had a good team, I may have liked to prog it, but I was already just so over it by that point. And, you know, on the flip side, right, going into Wrath, every single person was always saying how, like, Trial of the Champion or Crusader or whatever was one of the worst raids ever made. Trial of the Crusader is actually really good. That was my favorite raid tier. Not having trash is obviously really good, but, you know, although the bosses were, like, simple but good, I think, like, you know, Twin Valkyr, Jiraxis were like, whatever, you know, kind of throwaway fights. Obviously the PvP boss is a joke. It's a simple raid, but Beasts of Northrend I actually thought was a pretty cool fight. And Anubarak was, I think, one of my favorite fights of the expansion. I really liked Anubarak. And then obviously Ulduar is like, yeah, Ulduar's a good raid. I think a lot of people overhype Ulduar. People say it's like one of the best raids ever made. It was fine. It was good. Probably the best raid of the expansion, if we're going, like, across the board. But, like, Algalon was a pretty lame boss. I did not really like Algalon. Algalon is basically a fancy tank and spank. I feel like back in the day, some of the Algalon mechanics probably were much harder to deal with, but, like, the way that you dealt with the actual boss, like, the way the strategy panned out for Algalon, it's literally just a tank and spank. And it's especially annoying because your healers need to be on point, because with a defensive, I could just get 100 Ode. He did insane tank damage, so it felt a little bit annoying having such little control over my survivability. Not exactly fun. ICC has like 13 bosses and 11 of them are bad. Yeah, accurate. Yeah, unfortunately, the healer left, and the House of Cards comes tumbling down as usual. But yeah, whatever. I'm not gonna throw away my key. All right, back down to just me. Did I do Hellion? No, I had fully quit Wrath by that point. Why are you you just left, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I can't speak to Hellion. I didn't really feel like coming back to Wrath just for that. And no, the dragon you have to heal, that was Velithria Dreamwalker. That fight was, yeah, dumb. That's like a tedious gimmick boss. It was easy, but it was just boring as hell. I remember playing through ICC was such a weird experience, because that is definitely the biggest, like, contrast in terms of what people described something as to the experience. And I went in really excited for ICC, and it felt so strange, just constantly, boss after boss, thinking to myself, like, I'm just really not having fun right now. Like, and I'm trying to convince myself, like, maybe I'm just, you know, I'm doing it wrong, or like I'm being overly pessimistic or something. But it felt so weird, just thoroughly not enjoying something that millions of people had told me before. Oh, you're gonna love this, you're gonna love this. And I just didn't. It was really not good. Honestly, I think the only boss that I actually had any fun with whatsoever was Sindragosa. Sindragosa was an interesting tank fight. Putricide, I think... Putricide is one of those bosses that is, like, cool on paper. I just didn't really enjoy it because I think the group that I was playing with... Like, the Enrage section of Putricide is interesting, but the biggest issue is it's like, if a tank dies, the boss basically full heals. So you cannot have a tank die. But tank survivability is not really up to you at that point in time still. Like, it wasn't until Cataclysm where tanks are mostly self-reliant. So I had really shit healers in my guild at the time, and there would be just times where they would miss an external and I'd just die. It's like, why'd you die? Well, I don't know. Fucking ask the healers. Like, what do you want from me? Like, I'm taking massive hits. I don't have defensives or self heals. Like, they need to get their fucking external when it's called. So losing long attempts to that is very frustrating, especially when it's like such a simple thing to execute. It's like the typical pass-fail mechanic, like, you know, Gallywix's ankle bracelet shit, where if it blows up, everybody dies. Except it's a little bit more understandable when somebody with the ankle bracelet dies, because Gallywix is fairly chaotic at the end. So, but there's nothing going on in like half the classic bosses. We all grew up playing Warcraft 3 and it was the end of it all? Yeah. I definitely think that is one of those, like, nostalgia heavily colors it for people. Gallywix hate will not be tolerated? Hey, I'm not hating on Gallywix. I literally, in fact, I actually complimented Gallywix. I said that it is a pass-fail mechanic, like on Gallywix, but I said Gallywix has a lot going on, so it's more understandable if somebody fucks up and dies and, like, their ankle bracelet wipes us. Whereas, like, a pass-fail mechanic on a classic boss feels bad, because there's nothing going on. So if people fuck up the one pass-fail mechanic, it's like, Jesus Christ. I agree, I like Gallywix. Gallywix is maybe my second favorite fight. I think, I like Sprocketmonger more, but this raid tier, definitely Gallywix is up there. Very fun fight for tanks. The shame that it's so easy. I wonder if they'll do anything with the original M+ affixes? Probably not. I mean, the original M+ affixes got removed for a reason, right? I don't really think, or I guess, what are you saying by that? When I read that, I thought, my immediate thought was, like, overflowing, which, like, overflowing was an affix very early on that was really polarizing, and it got removed by, like, the first or second patch of Legion. So, like, if that's what you're asking, I don't think they're bringing overflowing back, basically. But if you're saying, I wonder if they'll, like, retune the original affixes to, like, what we have now, possibly. Like, change how bolstering and stuff works. Because the original bolstering was, like, a terrorist affix. And then, by the time they nerfed it, like, 50 times in later expansions, it really wasn't that bad. You like the one that you collect trash balls? Yeah, Styx is a neat fight. Styx is kind of annoying on Mythic, though, so... I will say, I'm kind of reaching a point where I'm not really sure what to do here. I think we've been sitting in queue for close to an hour now. I don't really want to sacrifice my key, but I really don't want to sit here anymore, so... I'm gonna try to plug into some groups, I guess, and if that doesn't work, I don't know, maybe we just... honestly, there's a good chance I genuinely might just take the, you know, say fuck it, take the single vault slot, and just do this another time. Because, I really don't have the energy right now to just sit here and do nothing. We'll see. What dungeons am I missing? Motherlode and Floodgate. It's probably going to be really difficult to pug into keys, but like probably not impossible. We'll see. Play some Guild Wars 2, maybe one day. I don't know. I'm going to be entirely honest. I sort of kind of regret streaming. I feel very exhausted right now. Kind of sitting here doing nothing doesn't really help that at all. You know, if you're doing a key, there's a little more adrenaline, right? But my energy is fading fast here. Description says BRB 1 minute. Yeah. This also, admittedly, is one of my lower gear characters. It might be impossible to get invited on this character. I don't know. Yeah, this might be tough. This might be a tough one. And I don't want to lower my key to a 10. Thing is, no matter how you slice it, I have to do this at some point. While watching yesterday's stream on YouTube, when you were discussing Ret Paladin Hammer of Light thing with Nizal, you realized I didn't know what Empyrean Hammer is or what your top damage is coming from. It's kind of interesting and sad that a 4-button 2CD spec is that much intricacy to its damage profile. Yeah. No, I mean, this is why I always say, it's like, it's really important to understand the spec you're playing. This is... that was kind of we kind of talked about that in the context of, like, the rotation helper. Like, the rotation helper can only do so much. The rotation helper can't help you fundamentally understand what it is you're pressing and why. Why you're pressing something is very important, because you will not be able to adapt if you don't know why it is you're pressing the things in the correct order. So understanding all of those intricacies is important. It doesn't matter if you're just, like, slamming shit in delves, not really. But I am a firm believer in, if you want to do any sort of serious endgame content, just do the research. Right? Do a little bit of reading, understand the ins and outs of your spec, and it'll massively boost your performance. Massively. I mean, that's how I'm learning all of these specs. I research them. I read the guides, I talk to people who play them. I practice. I'm gonna go make coffee. I'm gonna throw this up and make coffee, and hopefully there's people when I get back. Otherwise, I don't know. We'll see. But I either get more coffee or I stop streaming because I'm dying here. Alright. Doesn't really seem like I missed a whole lot. Counter argument, you're not going to read 30 class, 30 spec, 10 hero talents and understand their interrelations? Well, okay, well, to be clear, I'm not saying to read every single talent tooltip. Now, mind you, I actually do that. Whenever I'm starting a spec, I literally hover over every single talent and read exactly what each one does. Now, obviously, yeah, if you want to make sure you understand a spec, that is what you want to do. But I'm not saying to do that. I didn't say to do that. I said to just do some research. Doing some research doesn't mean trying to understand literally every single thing. It means cracking open a guide and trying to get as much information from that guide as possible. Instead of just rolling your face in the keyboard, trying to understand the ins and outs. A good guide should tell you the important ins and outs without you having to look it up yourself. Like, there are a lot of mini interactions that go into Shake the Heavens and stuff like that, but really, it can all be summarized into, hey, that buff, keep it up as much as possible. And do you want to know how you keep it up as much as possible? By doing your rotation correctly. So if you do your rotation correctly, you're going to keep Shake the Heavens up. The only other thing that you need to understand for maintaining Shake the Heavens is that the exact thing we talked about the other day, you do not always want to immediately slam Hammer of Light. If you're going to have a period of time where you won't be able to easily keep Shake the Heavens up, then it can be worth it to get as much value as you possibly can and let an existing Shake the Heavens expire, and then get a new one by delaying Hammer of Light ever so slightly. But there are like so many little interactions that go into that, but a good guide writer would be able to summarize it with those two things. Do your rotation correctly, and you'll extend it properly, and sometimes delay Hammer of Light to make sure that you get the full maximum uptime of Shake the Heavens. That's really all you need to know. It's just like, you know, in my leveling guides, right? Am I gonna tell you literally exactly which quests to do in my leveling guides? No. I give you general overviews on, like, which zones you should go to, and then if there is, like, one particular really important set of quests that you need to know about, because there's, like, a weird thing that you have to do at that point, I'll mention it in the guide. But, you know, that... It wouldn't be a good guide if it basically told you to read all the tooltips. They're going to copy a spec from Wowhead and be done with it? I mean, fair. But all I'm saying is, you do that shit and bring that into a mythic raid team that I'm on, and you're going to get grilled for it. Fair warning. You know, you want to slam delves, like I said, by all means. Do your thing. Very different expectations if you're doing high-end content versus just fucking around, right? Fucking around, go for it, you know. Hit Divine Storm, brain off, easy peasy. But obviously, you know, if you're putting yourself in a position, right, where you're like, oh, I'm gonna try, I know that you haven't said that you're gonna do that, Werewolf. I'm just, you know, talking hypothetically, right? Because this is my main point, right? I'm saying people should be doing this if they are trying to do high-end content. If you're not, then yeah, by all means, don't worry about it. But understanding things like Shake the Heavens is important if you are in a situation where it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to join a mythic raid team and try and optimize my damage, because like that stuff does matter. Understanding your spec matters. And the entire reason why we had that conversation yesterday is I mentioned that like when my guild last year was progging Mythic Kaiveza, we had multiple people that were like consistently gray parsing. And there were major oversights that they were making that, despite me not playing their spec at all, I was able to, with a cursory level of research, understand their spec clearly better than they were, because I was able to research their spec and provide multiple suggestions for a spec that I don't play to somebody who should be actually playing correctly, and we managed to increase their performance because of it. A little research goes a long way, especially if you're trying to do harder content like that. This is the biggest reason you don't play DPS. You like it and you think it would be fun, but trying to get into groups sucks. Yeah, true. Damn it. You won't get any disagreement from me there. Now, keep in mind, right, getting into groups sucks, but I have had a much easier time in all my other ones. My IO is not amazing on this character. I'm trying to do a 12, and I'm being very picky. I could form a group relatively quickly. It's just, there's no point in doing the key if I'm going to throw together, like, a half-assed group and brick it almost instantly. So... I've already bricked one Cinderbrew meadery when doing this this challenge. I don't need to do it again on my rogue. Ugh. The arcane guide on Wowhead is Biss. Porom does a great job with it. Yeah, I haven't looked at the arcane guide, but I've heard of Porom, so I believe that he would do a good job. There's a lot of good guides in Wowhead. Guides are always a case of, like, the person writing it. The rogue guides are really good. The brewmaster guide's pretty good. Prop heli guide pretty good. Yeah. I'm sure there's other ones that just aren't coming to mind. I don't know if they've updated it. I do remember on the flip side, the prop warrior guide was really bad for a while. I don't know if they've changed the guide writer, but... Admittedly, I haven't looked at the Wowhead Prot Warrior guide at all this patch. The last time I played Prot Warrior before, like, back in Dragonflight, I remember looking at the Wowhead guide for something, and it was just so fucking wrong that I just immediately said, okay, I'm just gonna search this in the class Discord instead. So, as always, you know, double check. I invite one guy and then, like, not a single applicant for over a minute straight. Holy. Oh, man. It's, like, not even bad hours, all things considered. Word of Glory actually does damage because of Shake the Heavens? What do you mean? How is... I don't understand what you're saying, sorry, XR. Everyone watching the Trump parade? God. Oh, boy. It's like, especially Cinderbrew, I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust the Prop Heli. I don't give a shit that it says he's done at 12. I'm fairly certain that he's just bricked it. I've seen so many Prop Helis just get fucking shredded on that first pull. I just do not trust them in this key. I mean, even on my Prop Heli, I have to be very careful with that first pull. Use my defensives really fucking well. It hurts. I'm, like, really tempted to just lower it to a 10 and say fuck it, but also, I would really like to have a 12 done. But also, I really don't think this is happening. I think especially the fact that I got a 12 early with my IO still being fairly low is gonna make it really hard to find people willing to like queue up for this. And it's just, you know, is what it is, right? Especially as the DPS, you know, you're a dime a dozen. I got away with it on my Resto Shaman because, well, easier when you're a healer or a tank. Shake the Heavens changes the rotation slightly if you're optimizing damage because Word of Glory calls down a hammer in certain situations. Well, you're never using Word of Glory as a damaging ability. Not worth the GCD. I guess. Does it do that? Honestly, I didn't even know that it called down a hammer. For Rot or Ret? But yeah, that would not change the rotation at all. You would not use a GCD on a healing spell for a hammer. That also drops down from all of your other stuff. Yeah, definitely not for prot. Definitely not. I'm like 99% sure it wouldn't matter on Ret. Actually, yeah, even on Red, it is only Templar's Verdict and Divine Storm. So on Prot, that's where Word of Glory does it. Yeah, no, you do not use Word of Glory offensively to proc a Hammer of Flay. You don't. You do not do that. That is not a thing that people do. That's like if you need to heal yourself, oh hey, I got damage out of it. Cool. You would absolutely never in any situation ever burn a Word of Glory to get a single Empyrean Hammer. No. Just no. You would not do that. Not in any remotely competitive content. I would never ever burn a free Word of Glory charge just to get a single Empyrean Hammer. Not to mention, I mean, like, when the fuck are you out? Like, what situation are you ever out of range on Prot Pally? Like, literally the only situation ever is Mugsy when you're doing the spell ward cheese. In which case, a lot of times my Shake the Heavens falls off because I'm not going to send a Shake the Heavens window directly before doing spell warding, only to get like one bonus hammer by Word of Glorying myself. In every other situation, you should be in range. Judgment has a very long range, so there's pretty much no other boss where that would matter. Especially in any situation where you would want to burn Word of Glory. Because keep in mind, this is only ever a free Word of Glory proc. Never, ever, 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 ever would you spend Holy Power. Because then, what are you going to do? Like, burn every single one of your Blessed Hammers while far away to get back up to 3 before you can get into melee? And this is a situation that it's beyond niche. It literally does not exist. Sometimes niche is just too niche. This is non-existent niche. We're gonna lower this to a 10. And I guess, you know, this is one of those cases of if somehow the 10 Cinderbrew gets bricked, then we just call it an assassination for this week. Like, I want to get 4 dungeons done, ideally, and I'm hoping that my key doesn't get bricked, right? That, you know, though I don't want it to get bricked, I'd like to get 4 dungeons done. But at the very least, I have gotten a single key, so if disaster strikes, and somehow, which, frankly, it's Cinderbrew, right? More than any other dungeon I've had Cinderbrew bricked. So, yeah, it's definitely a real possibility, unfortunately. And if that happens, We do Assassination next week. I won't sweat it. Don't want that outcome to happen, but I just refuse to sit here. I refuse to sit here for 2 hours and get a single key done. It's just ludicrous. Do you ever get the feeling, man, I'd like to play something fun when you're in WoW? Yeah, like literally all the time. I've had that feeling like almost permanently for like years. Unfortunately, this is my job. Well, probably a bad way to word it. I am fortunate enough to have this as my job, but unfortunately, I can't just make the choice of like, oh, I'm going to play whatever game I want. The nice thing about this is, you know, am I miserable? No. Are there many things that I would rather be doing than this? Yes. But, I mean, nobody gets to just focus on purely for fun things 100% of the time, right? Like, you know, after today, what am I going to do for the better part of tomorrow? I'm going to test overcharged delves in the PTR. Am I going to have fun doing that? Fuck no. I'm actively dreading that. Am I going to do it anyway because I need to make a video? Yep. That's life. Am I miserable? Let's ask again after Cinderbrew. Yeah. I can guarantee you the answer will probably be yes. Hey, Sync. I've been meaning to set up all the weak auras and stuff that you sent me, but I honestly, I did not have the energy to try and figure that out for today. So I'll probably do that another time and play around with it off stream. It's like, I didn't want to set it up and then try and figure it out before streaming. And then, because I didn't want to like go in blind without having tested it, so. But I will definitely try them at some point. Looks like my DPS isn't suffering. Yeah, I've only done one key so far, but I did pretty good in that key. And I was like up against a 678 survival hunter, so considering my gear, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I mean, that's another reason why I didn't bother setting it up. Like, I'm sure long-term, a lot of those weak auras will help, but I haven't really struggled too much. And I know that you said that a lot of the stuff that's, like, really hard to track is Outlaw. So, definitely, before I do that, I'll look into it, but I haven't really ran into, like, too many situations where I'm, like, struggling to track it. For Sin, it's mostly nameplates, yeah. I could definitely... I could see that would help me in some cases, for sure. Man. Yeah, a lot of times I try to put the mark on a mob that's really easy to find in the crowd. But I've definitely run into some situations where, like, the really big priory pulls, it can be kind of brutal to find the mark again. Really not having much more luck with a plus 10, huh? I think this might officially be the longest on any challenge I've had to wait. Every single challenge I say that, but I genuinely, like, I think I think it's been about an hour to form this key, huh? Oh, this has been rough. I've never seen it take this long. What? Okay, I think they're resto. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it shows them as saying, because like they were in resto spec, but I think they accidentally. They said, "I am whatever I want to be, but yes, heart."
We must take
Okay.
extreme methods to stop
Sure,
the
dude.
kobolds plundering Morning Rise. Use
All right.
explosives to collapse their tunnels.
I don't know. It's fucking so extra. It's like the people who say you should throw poison knives at sticks or Rick while they're in the air. Technically, it's extra damage, but in practice, it's not worth it. So you're not necessarily wrong, Nazal, but I will say there's a very big difference between what I was saying there and that. That is what I was saying to Aksara is that is not niche. That is literally no, you should not do that. Like, your example of, using a ranged ability to hit a mob while it's out of range. Yes, that is extremely min-maxy, and in practice, you don't need to do that in most cases. But technically speaking, it is a, 0.1% DPS increase for some specs. The thing that Aksara is suggesting, while technically not wrong that it is a thing you can do on Prot Pally, I am just telling you, you should not be using your resources like that. It is just incorrect. So, little bit of a difference there. One thing is min-maxy, the other one is just objectively a poor use of resources. Alright, Sync, start roasting me. What am I doing wrong?
My emissary brings you power.
Oh, the tank died.
Take
Alright, I guess that's a... Oh yeah, Syncs. How the fuck do bleeds and sudden demise work with the Void Emissary? Do you know? How does that interaction work? Like, does sudden demise actually work on that mob? What? Why are we doing? What is this? What is this chewy ball? pretty sure it counts absorbs. Gotcha. I actually don't know how we made it out of that with no deaths. This healer must be fucking god. Chain pull, fucker! I mean, that's what Vanish is for, after all. Worked out in the end. Okay, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I need to focus up a little bit. I'm gonna close chat for just un momento. I will see you all at the end of this shit. I'm gonna save Deathmark for after this, because I have a feeling it's just gonna be wasted if I use it now. Why is the Void Emissary not moving? Whoa! What just fucked my shit up there? Okay. Okay, we're fine. Jesus. Jesus. I'm getting just rotted out. I probably should have used Cloak for that, admittedly, but I didn't think it would be that difficult. I lost my mark during that boss fight? Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, I feel like it's really weird, especially with pug tanks trying to... Like, I genuinely, I don't know, what do I do here? This is a fucking stupid pull. I don't know, I don't know. It's just a bad pull. Ah! Like, basically, one thing in the last dungeon is I did, like... Shit. I remember there was a situation where... Yeah, this is just a terrible pull. Dude, what is happening? Somehow my frames just kind of broke. Maybe I really do need those weakers. Holy fuck. People are baiting this like in the far wall. Jesus. It's also weird because, like, I know that I'm not playing this well, and yet somehow I'm doing infinitely more damage than the other people. Like, how are they this bad? There's no way that I'm playing perfectly. I should not be gapping them this hard. This just feels wrong. I don't really want to use Deathmark here, but... But yeah, the thing that I was saying before that demon pull is in the Priory that I did before, like, I was thinking to myself, oh, yeah, look at this fucking chain pull with the brew drop. This is the fucking problem, right? Like, what do I do for this? I can't, like, aggressively use Vanish, because you get pug tanks that just do this. And if I aggressively use Vanish, then I just don't have it here. Like, if they're playing around me properly, then sure, but they don't. They never do. There we go, I have my mark now. But yeah, in the Priory, I was thinking to myself, and I was kind of like saying this out loud, like, it would really be nice if I could Vanish here with my cooldowns, but I know for a fact that this tank is, like, aggressively chain pulling and doesn't really understand how Assassination works, and it was on the first boss of Priory, and I'm like, I'm sitting on 2 Vanish charges here. It feels like I should use one, but I know he's going to chain pull constantly in the big room with, like, all the trash. And I was 100% spot on. We stayed in combat 100% of that room. He never let combat drop the entire time. And because of that, I was able to do really good damage, because I was able to Vanish reset every time he chained into, like, a new pack. But it felt really bad sitting there and, like, not using any of my Vanish charges, even though I knew it would boost my damage. But I'm just, like, sitting, like, yeah, I know this tank is shit, and I know that I'm going to need this to play around him being bad. Which kind of doesn't feel good to have to do, but... What are you gonna do?
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I feel like I probably should... Chain pull with the brew droplets again? I should definitely save Deathmark for Evo, right? Like, I think that's correct here. I will admit, I'm not reading chat right now, so you'll have to... I'll just have to see later whether that was the correct call.
A willing
Elemental made of mead? Oh, my cinder brew! Toby, one I cannot process this.
sacrifice has been prepared.
I beat the Shadow Priest on Brew Droplet damage. I will call that a win. Oh, fuck, yeah, you're actually... I looked at chat and I saw the crippling poison thing, and you literally mentioned that to me, and I completely forgot. Yeah, that's my bad. I remember you told me that, and I just completely forgot about it. But, good call. Banish charges here.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I should probably have kidney shot that. Not really good with rogues utility yet. Our fucking chain pull, dickhead. I hate this guy. I actually just fucking hate this dude! Why am I using Mutilate? I should not be using Mutilator.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen in the forest.
You have to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Frank? Frank!
Time to bust out my bees! The best for my bees! Honey, coming at you!
You eat the shit! Ah.
Wings, darling! Honey, coming at ya! Get those wings popping!
I probably have to do the mechanics, huh? Nobody else is gonna do it. I don't really want to, though.
Got snacks for ya! Clap those wings, darling! Honey, coming at ya!
Like a demonic way to tank this boss. Yeah, the healer's dead. We don't have a B-res. Yeah.
A willing sacrifice.
Oh, dude. This group is so fucking trash. I have to do literally fucking everything in this key, apparently. I'll do the bee mechanic. Fuck me, I guess. I'll do that fucking thing. You know. Like, I mean, they're literally doing tank damage. Would it kill them to do the one fucking mechanic? But no, I guess no, I'll do it. Also, what did the healer even die to? I'm guessing he died to bees. Yeah, he died to bees. Which, I mean, the tank kind of is shit at getting threat, but also, yeah, it's gonna be a little bit tricky. Oh, they actually did the mechanic this time, okay. He's... Oh my god. Guy doesn't know how to do it, but gets on a bee anyway. I should, yeah, send Deathmark here, because it'll be up for the boss, probably. He's gonna be the fucking yes man trash, so... Demon key? Yeah. I mean, admittedly, this is like a typical Cinder Brew, frankly, like... I've been in keys that are way worse, but a lot of them were like Dark Flame, so... Despite it being fucking atrocious, we still time it, because Dark Flame is just easy. But Cinder Brew is just not very forgiving. What the fuck? Why? Why would you ever just... Why would you just fucking 180 the boss? What did you do? Why? Just why? Just why? Who does that? Who does that? What possible reason? God. Dude, I can't wait to get fucking blasted in the face by this idiot. I can't wait. I can't wait. Am I gonna get blasted in the face? Oh my god, he didn't 180 it. Can I get this barrel? Oh! Ah, that okay. That one's on me, admittedly. I did not see that barrel there. Is it just me, or did like the animation not go? I think the fiery circle was under the carpet or something. Because I did not see anything. It's just suddenly fire waves in my face. Maybe that's cope.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Jesus Christ. I mean, like, how do you do that little damage as shit? Fucking hell, dude. It's always Cinderbrew. I mean, we timed it. Fuck off. Gotta be on your toes. God damn. Some of the things you have to avoid go under the desk of the boss itself. Yeah. I mean, it's possible that I'm blind. I didn't... I mean, the barrel definitely would have been there, but it's so hard to pick that shit out. Because I normally look for, like, the fire effects, and I just didn't see it on the ground. Shadow's bad, but it ain't supposed... Yeah, I mean, that guy did fucking tank damage. That guy was fucking garbage. The tank was also complete trash. It's a miracle that we survived some of those pulls. He should have bricked my key. Thank God he didn't. I had no time to react? Okay, I'm glad I wasn't crazy. Alright, let me read the chat. Looks so naked without weak auras. Didn't get 20 stacks of Scent of Blood. What's Scent of Blood?
Good fortune to our friends.
Which one's Scent of Blood? Each enemy afflicted by your rupture increases your agility by 4%, up to a maximum of 20%. Did I not get 5 ruptures out? I thought I got 5 ruptures out. I guess I wasn't looking carefully, though. I heard if your tank dies as a rogue, that's a skill issue. Ideally, you double shiv with Deathmark and vanish at some point during it as well. Yeah. That, I didn't see the double shiv. Yeah, I probably should be doing that. But yeah, the vanish is tricky because I did read that. But then it's like, I mean, that tank was doing insane demonic chain pulls too. So... Not something having some. Which one's Darkest Night? Well, so I kind of just know when I have Darkest Night, right? It's like whenever I consume my third one, I get it. Yeah. That I've just kind of been tracking. Spatter requires your poison and rupture? Okay, I see. So I need to rupture them first. Gotcha. Right, yeah, you told I forgot you told me to swap to mind numbing poison. I meant to do that. Forgot. And then I should put crippling. Where are the poisons? Am I blind? Oh yeah, there we go. Can give or take during Deathmark, but definitely double shiv. Alright, you'd run cheat over these dungeons for elusiveness. So... yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah. I didn't even really think about that, because I just kind of copied it, but you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I will say, I know I dropped Mark. It's hard to track. Or rather, hard to just... yeah, and it's like, it's one of those things where it's... I understand how to track it, like, in theory, but especially... I spent so much time in that key, like, just wondering what the fuck the tank was doing. It is genuinely so distracting seeing, like, a shit tank do shit things, and I'm just, like, every part of my brain is screaming, like, what is this idiot doing? And, like, that is all I can think about. I know that's not good. Man, it's just so distracting seeing shit like that. We got through it. What did my key turn into? Motherload. I think actually I need Motherload, right? Yeah, it's one of the 2 dungeons I need score for. Alright, that works out. Lower it to a 10, throw it up.
Found any good treasure lately? Tell me another story.
This is another one that can just... unfortunately, if we get a demon tank... Motherload and Cinderbrew are the 2 dungeons I've seen brick the most. Priory too. Motherload, Cinderbrew, and Priory. Just, demon tanks doing absolutely fucking garbage stuff. And then the key gets bricked in like 5 minutes and it's done. You're off to bed and you'll watch the rest on YouTube tomorrow. Awesome. Appreciate you stopping by, Werewolf. Funny thing is, those guys... I invited 2 duos again. It's always the package deals that are the fucking worst. Styx and Rick both have a 99% damage reduction while airborne. Yeah, he does take 99% less damage. Yeah, so... Rick I knew. Styx I actually didn't know that he was, he took less damage while airborne. Interesting. And to be clear, Nazal, I never said anything about Poison Knife specifically. I'm saying that on some fights like that in general, like, I'll give you an example, because I can't speak to, like, Poison Knife, Assassination, I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is, on Styx, while Styx is flying in the air, I still use Judgment on him, because I still want to generate 5 Holy Power. So, you can still, like, generate resources on a mob in air. Brewmaster, if he's flying by, I'll Keg Smash him. Because Keg Smash will be back up by the time he lands, and that reduces your Brew CDR. Wow. Dumbass. Yeah, let's just join up with a package deal without a tank. Clown behavior. You're not sure how smart this is, but you spent your last 40k on crafted gear, gems, and enchants for an alt you'll probably never play again. Well, I mean... On Styx, Poison Knife is entirely trolling? Yeah. Yeah, the... Oh, what's it called? Nazal asked in YouTube chat something about, like, using ranged abilities on bosses during phases like that, and then used Poison Knife as an example. And I said that in some cases, for some specs, it's worth doing that, and I think he assumed I was specifically saying Poison Knife. But I just mean that certain specs, it is worth hitting bosses during 99% reduction phases. Under specific situations. But for Poison Knife, I have no idea, but I'll take your word for it that it's trolling. What does crippling do on second boss onwards? Oh, for the what's it called? The elementals and the landmines, I'm guessing. Gotcha. I'll do that then. Jumping over the wall after the first pull in Motherload is standard in Pugs now. You almost got me, Werewolf. You almost got me. Don't. Oh. God damn. We're progging on Styx, and the amount of people fucking up the garbage balls makes you sad? Yeah. Yeah, Styx is one of those bosses where, unfortunately, every single person needs to know how to do the mechanic properly. That's rough. Like Fire and Rick, you'd rather blink over the death waves and keep getting bust CDR than dodge normally? Wait, you could do that? You could just blink through the death waves? That's actually sick. You've had to kill you before. Honestly, that sounds really fun. Definitely risky as hell, but... That's the kind of thing where, like, if I had a reason to do that on a tank, I would 100% be trying to dodge through those waves. I don't really think any tanks could do that, though. Can you double jump backflip it as DH? I feel like probably not. But I don't know. I guess theoretically I could bubble it as Paladin, but I wouldn't really be gaining anything out of hitting the boss. Like, I guess, like, technically if I hit it with Shield of the Righteous, I could get some, Avenging Wrath CDR during that phase. I never even thought of that, but technically speaking, using Bubble to sit under him for, like, a small amount of time would maybe be a minor damage increase. As long as I ended the phase with 5 Holy Power. But there's like so much time during that intermission. Huh. I don't think you can heroic leap the waves, so Prot Warrior probably wouldn't be able to live it. Prot Warrior could probably do some, like, demon shit of, if you need bonus rage, you could, like, charge the boss and then intervene back to somebody into the safe area just to, like, end the phase on 100 rage. But you could probably honestly just do that anyway. So. As far as you know, you have to port over the waves. Gotcha. I wonder if you can AMS it. I feel like you probably can't. I think it still... I would imagine it still kills you through AMS. But, I mean, who fucking knows? It's like a crazy name. Oh, hey, Duck. You can't. Alright, good to know. I'm guessing you've tried. Fire's weird because you want to end each phase with Combust for Ignite spreading onto the barrels. But you also want the bust CDR to not int your boss damage. Yeah, it makes sense. The little that I know about Fire so far, I can definitely see why that would be helpful. I miss having Blink on, like, a bunch of different tanks with, Night Fae. That's kind of the one thing, I can't believe I'm saying this, the one thing I miss about Covenants. Having, like, the ability to just Blink on any spec in the game was honestly pretty good. Nah, this guy's sus. I'd rather wait. You miss all the Covenant utilities, which you also can't believe you're saying. I will say, I don't really miss the Owl guy that much. The Bleed Potion was nice, but it was kind of boring, relatively. And Fleshcraft was also kind of shit. Not a big fan of Fleshcraft. You slandered the fuck out of Door of Shadows, and by the end you were sad to see it go? Yeah. Yeah, the teleport was really useful. I remember, what boss? The Sausage. That was the one where I had to run Venthier Brewmaster just so that I could Door of Shadows twice. Technically, you could Transcend, but I did some, like, fucking demon shit. And our Covenant abilities weren't... Weapons of Order was good, but... I forget why. It was something with, like, boss positioning. It made it so much easier if I just Transcended and then Doored. Fleshcraft was coded? Okay, alright. I'll take the Elder. I guess, like, Fleshcraft is probably one of those where, like, as a DPS, it's a lot more impactful. As a tank, the Absorb Shield is kind of pitiful. I never really cared about it too much. I also just didn't really play Necrolord that much. Necrolord Blood DK was, like, good, I guess, but... Actually, I played Conqueror's Banner Prot Warrior quite a bit in Season 4, so... I don't know. Probably couldn't channel while tanking. I think you could, but it's just one of those things of, like, there was usually something better to be using for defensive ability. It wasn't bad. I'm sure I used it, like... Yeah, it gave, like, 30% DR while channeling. I'm pretty sure I used it for that at one point. But... it wasn't, like... I never felt it quite as much. Like, I remember Soul Shape, because... Well, I remember Door of Shadows because, like, the sausage, and then Soul Shape is the big one, where... I used Soul Shape on Painsmith Rasnal. Because I did... On a lot of specs, that was, like, the easiest way to blink through the balls if you timed it right. Because I played Night Fae Prot Warrior. I'm gonna say fuck it, try this. So I would usually I would Soul Shape out, blink through the balls, run to the corner, because there was the whole thing where it was like the grid, and you know, you would tank the boss like over here on this part of the grid, and then the tank had to like run through the balls and like drop the hammer over there to make sure like the spikes went out in the right area. So I would be like stranded out there, and then that was how I reached it, and then I would save my heroic leap for like when there was a gap in the spikes, I would leap back to the boss after they kited it through the ball to like over there. Fleshcraft is honestly a better defensive than what quite a few classes have. Yeah. That's fair. I definitely, now that you mention it, I could definitely see how, like, on a DPS, it would feel a lot better to have something like Fleshcraft. What do I want here? Probably, I want a Lust. Probably. And he's not. He's not. It was bait. It was bait. I tell you. Alright. Yeah, sure. I'm still gonna check these guys. Tiny Roxy. Oh, shoot. Where am I going? Motherlode. Don't need to refresh that.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But what the fuck? There's no way you think this is a reasonable pull to do. Somehow working, though? Oh my god, the damage in this group is nuts. Okay. I guess. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. Wow, okay. That's crazy shit. I am amazed that went as well as it did, but I guess it's a testament to the damage of this group. Considering they're both 380, though, I mean, they should be able to do 2k, dude. Problem is, there's a Peacekeeper, so... Oh. Alright. I was about to be able to... I fucking hate how many people love doing the skip strat. It's so stupid. Whatever. Did I... Man. Fucked it up again. I should have saved Deathmark. I don't know. Whatever. 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 Okay. What the fuck? Okay, so this is the actual high key strat. I now understand why so many shitter DHs tank it in this spot. Because apparently, if you do it properly, you can just do that. I've never seen that done correctly. It's crazy, because I've seen so many Vengeance Demon Hunter tanks just hold the boss in this general area, and now I understand why. But this is the thing. This is so many fucking dogshit players see people do this in a high key, and they don't understand what's going on. Because I've always wondered, why do people do this shit? It does nothing to help. But apparently, if you get, like, the exact correct pixel, you can just do this. Which, that's crazy. That's actually really good. I get it now. That makes sense. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, I respect it. This guy's actually... This is, like, actually a good tank. Holy shit. They exist! They exist! Good pug tanks! Oh my god. My Deathmark lines up for execute? Oh yeah. I almost beat the MM Hunter right at the end. Big pull. Okay.
My emissary brings you power. Take this.
We're alive. God, that pull terrifies me, but only one death. Not bad. Oh, fuck, yeah, Okay. God, this is fucking terrifying, dude.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Oh, healer died. Yeah, I actually won a pull. Alright. I'll take it. Yay! Yeah, that I don't know about this one, dude. This is kind of demonic shit. But it works because the MM Hunter is just fucking crazy. Okay.
A willing
I don't even know what to think anymore. What? Well, I guess I chose wisely. Fucking hell.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
That was almost really bad. The priest almost super griefed us there. I don't have my mark now. Now I have it. You see someone doing something stupid, but it somehow works, it's the worst feeling ever. True, honestly. Like this. Like this. Why would you ever do this, Paul? At this point, I guess it's kind of like almost... he's so overconfident because all of his other really stupid pulls have worked. Where it's like... I guess at this point, it's worked out for him. I'm fucking this up, dude. I'm... I keep forgetting that I need to manually use Mutilate, even on AoE pulls, to trigger Caustic Spatter. Have faith in your party, they're cooking. Yeah. No, I mean... oh, no, I'm dead. Yeah. Oh, well, that one... unavoidable unless I had kicked, which I'm not gonna do. To be honest, like, look, if you're gonna do that pull as a Vengeance Demon Hunter, I'm just going to press damage buttons, and you better use your fucking sigils. I'm gonna be unethical, because you're being unethical, so fuck you. I don't know. I really don't think doing pulls like this without comms is a good idea. Like, okay, we're not gonna chain into boss? The fuck is this? You're doing a chain into boss pull. Not chaining into boss. Okay, well that's just really unfortunate. I made it work, but it wasn't pretty. It's really annoying. Of course I get picked by fucking everything, as if my damage doesn't look shit as it is. Just not allowed to play the game. Oh! Okay, it's not on me. I thought it was on me. I couldn't see properly. I can vanish that? Oh! About to be unethical as fuck. Not right now, though, because I need that Vanish charge. But... as long as you vanish when he's picking his target, not after. Gotcha. Oh, shit. Okay, good. Didn't put me in combat. Oh, fuck off, game! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The mine on top of me immediately... God, who does this pull? I want to curl into a ball and die. My damage, my damage. Oh, he's gonna pick me, right? Like, literally none of the mines are fixated on me except for the one that spawns directly on top of my fucking forehead, which I can't see through the bajillion fucking particle effects in this fucking section of the dungeon. I hate mother loads so fucking much. Oh hey, I finally get to re-stealth. How about that? Oh. Fucking piece of shit game. I hate everything. I hate everything. Get away from me. Oh my god, just fucking chisel and chains? Oh. I don't even know what's going on anymore. My damage has been long fucked. It just Vanish also clears the mines from targeting me. It's good to know.
Right where you belong. Under my heel.
My brain is fried after this fucking demon shit. I can't even. I just want to be able to learn these specs in normal, ethical dungeons, where my tank isn't pulling literally the entire fucking dungeon at the same time. Is that too much to ask? Make sure I don't let my mark run out. I my brain is gone, dude. We're so far from me being able to even, like, think about that. I don't know. I'm 99% sure I lost my mark, and I can't even. Yeah, I mean, I got a 12 Dark Flame. That's cool, I guess. The fact that I kept up with a 680 demo lock, I'll take it. Despite all that. Consider yourself pretty decent at the spec, and it's hard for you to track with my UI. Yeah. Oh boy, that was... I genuinely, I don't even know how to describe what I'm feeling right now, other than my brain is actually just fried after that. Like, genuinely, that fried my fucking brain, that key. I mean, the problem, yeah, like, it's a lot to learn, but the issue there is I spent so much of that key constantly panicking just about, like, being able to stay alive, and trying to do the proper damage shit on top of being terrified for my life 24/7 is it just too much. It's just too much. Oh man. I need to play something else for a key. I genuinely can't do another rogue key right now. I'm gonna do a blood DK key. I gotta do that. So I'll see if I have enough energy to come back to this at the end. I need. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna post this group, and then give me a second. I'm gonna go scream in a pillow real quick. Oh man, that was so fucking stressful. I unironically feel dizzy right now. I have a... That's such a mythic. Oh. That monk. Oh. I'm getting a little bit annoyed at this warrior. Trying to... The warrior's like asking for fucking shaman buff and stuff. It's like, dude. You don't need to fucking parse in a key. I think we'll live as long as we have a lust.
The Titans, you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Alright. Nice, relaxing blood decay key. Surely. To decompress. After that.
Many wares. Many farewells.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thank the Titans, you are here. The Storm Perch has been breached, and the Storm Riders corrupted.
Need to get myself a weak aura like that on Brat Warrior.
While you go to the roosts, I will distract them here.
Alright, so far so good. Awkward timing in the patrol. Go this way. And mine, damn grim.
fucking blasted. Dude, oh my god. Yeah, I mean... Really? Really gonna... Okay, just run back, dude. Oh. I really do not like Blood DK Snap Threaten keys, I gotta say. Oh no, lag, 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 lag. Why? Oh, thank God. That killed me. I actually would have fucking punched a hole in my wall. He's like spamming grip. Like, brother. It's a fucking GCD. I'm trying to live here. Fuck off. Grip, grip, grip. Ah, dude. I used Gorfiends. It was out of range. I'm getting fucking clobbered by a million mobs. Jesus. Hate people like this. Come on, fucking dude, this lad. The king, fuck off right now, please. Please fuck off. I hope it's not my internet. I'm not seeing any issues on OBS, and if there's no issues on screen for you guys, then probably just fucking Blizzard. That would be a surprise, knowing them. So dumb. Animation locked inside the fucking grass? Ah, damn, it's on me. Whoa! I think I got clipped by a puddle there. My health just got spiked.
Do not like that it feels darker and colder as we go down. But there are more survivors to rescue. The lift is out. If we want to keep going, we will have to go down the storm. What is that? What did Gordon bring here? We have to take it down.
I don't know where this fucking idiot's going. I don't know where this fucking idiot's going. Hey, dipshit. We're back here. I'm not chain pulling. What? Dude, I fucking hate people like this. Thinks this is key. I'm not chain pulling that. Fuck you. I fucking hate this guy. Actually, the worst type of Mythic Plus player. I'm gonna sit here and just... Like, actually, fuck this dickhead right now. Fuck this piece of shit. Just griefing because he can't, like, pad as much damage as possible. Which makes sense. I mean, it's the same dude who was, like, begging me to get a shaman for his fucking Wind Fury buff. Piece of trash. I wonder why I don't chain pull. I wonder why I don't chain pull like that. And fucking auto attacks will fucking 100 me. Like, yeah. Not a fucking vengeance team around here. Spec has limitations, unfortunately. You fucking play around me, you stupid fucking dickhead warrior. Dude, lag, hello, game? Fuck off. Oh my god, this thing is so fucking annoying. Do that, somehow. Let's toot it. Fucking look at dick shit McGee getting dumpstered in the overall. He's leaving the healer. You figured out you should dispel me first, Lamau. At the end, XD. Fucking dumb motherfucker. Holy shit. Stupid motherfucker. Just like... Oh, please stop talking before I do something toxic. Oh my god, this guy needs to shut the fuck up right now. This guy just needs to shut the fuck up right this fucking second before I say something toxic in party chat. Oh, I'm gonna remove myself from the situation. I'm gonna resist the urge. I'm gonna resist the urge. Oh, dude, I can't. I fucking hate people like that so much. Yeah, so he doesn't clutter. I mean, he's saying shit. He's running his mouth all fucking key, being a toxic piece of garbage, and then he just gets fucking dumpstered in overall because he's fucking dog shit garbage. It's the loudest players that are the most fucking trash at this game, dude. I swear, I can't fucking stand it. Holy shit. I've actually never seen somebody do the thing that he did. Of, like, there's 2 full health mobs, but, you know, his fucking damage isn't good enough for 2-target cleave, apparently. He literally fucking runs over to this area, and just fucking sits there. Plants his stupid fucking ass next to the next pull. Like, I'm not pulling that shit right now, dumbass. Come DPS the fucking mobs. I've never seen somebody do that. The fucking entitlement to do shit like that. Holy shit. Actual main character syndrome. Fucking unbelievable. At the very least, I mean, as annoying as that is, the key itself was fine. I got my blood decay key done. I think I'm mentally refreshed enough to go back to Rogue. Alright, what key did I get? I have a 12 Dark Flame. Okay. Well, yeah. I forgot that it was a Dark Flame. That is good. We like that. Maybe I'll actually be able to form a group on a 12 at this point. I mean, this is the freest 12 out there. Surely. Surely. One more this week. Sign up on your rogue? No. I appreciate it. Honestly, if I was playing anything other than rogue, I would maybe say yes, but less so invalidating the challenge, more so I would look so fucking trash next to your rogue. Ugh. Outlaw Sin goes crazy? Are people actually playing double rogue? That's interesting. One sec. While I wait for people, I just realized the dehumidifier shut off, and I need to fix it before I die. '19s and '20s, they did it. Damn. Fortunately. I mean, I don't expect to get fucking 0 after this. Oh boy, I do not have the energy for another 30-minute queue. I'm gonna be real. I am going to be honest. I will give this a grand total of 5 minutes, and then if I don't find people, I'm just done. Also, I'll be entirely real. No matter what happens, this is the last run for today's stream. I am genuinely so fucking exhausted, I can barely sit here. I need to go lay down. I'm really not feeling good. Hopefully, I really hope I'm feeling better enough by Monday to do another stream and finish out the rest of these. I was hoping to do more on this stream, but I maybe overestimated my energy today. Wow, really? I'm not even like a shitty DPS. Do I need to like delist my key or something? What the fuck? This character's just fucking cursed, apparently. I mean, I don't want to have to pull out the forbidden jutsu. So earlier this morning, when I was getting my Warlock's key done, this conversation, so I literally sat here for like 10 minutes and not a single person applied to my Warlock's +9 Rookery. So I went onto my second account, I logged onto my 2900 Resto Shaman, and I listed the group as my Resto Shaman. I got a tank, I got a DPS, and then Mag signed up. So I grabbed Mag, and then once we had like a full group minus my I switched my Shaman over to DPS role, and then I plugged a healer, and then after we got a full stack of 5, I kicked my Shaman out of the group and passed lead to my Warlock, and then just snagged like a 675 rep pally really quick, and then boom. But I was just like, I'm so fucking over sitting here waiting, and that's what the moment I made the swap and kicked my Shaman out of the group. That's when Mag realized what I was doing and said, "Holy shit, you're a rat." But it worked. We did time the key, +2 the key even. So I mean. This shit's not forming. This shit's just not forming. This shit's not forming. I'm gonna be. I have to stop stream. I'm way too exhausted. I just genuinely do not have the energy to sit here and stare at a queue for like 30 minutes. I genuinely can't. I will pass out. I feel lightheaded. I really can't be here right now. I probably should not have streamed today, but we got I'm not even sleepy. I'm just genuinely not feeling good. Like ill. I do need to lay down, but just more to I don't know, probably play Balatro or something. I just need like to reset my mental. So we'll see. Unfortunately, I did say earlier I probably wouldn't be streaming tomorrow or Monday. I'm definitely not going to stream tomorrow. I need to take a day off. I have been feeling sick all week. I'm just hoping I feel good enough on Monday to stream, because I'm going to be honest, I'm going to get the vaults. I'm not going to leave my rogue off on a halfway vault, so I'm really hoping that by Monday I feel well enough to stream. If I do, then we'll finish the rest. If Monday I'm feeling still like complete shit, I'm just gonna get the key done off stream, and, you know, that's what it is. Fellow Balatro enjoyer, yeah. I started playing it like a few months ago, and then I got to Gold Stake. I reached Gold Stake with fucking Blue Deck, and then I lost like 20 games in a row. I just couldn't beat it. So I put it down for like a month or so, and I just started playing it again, and I finally beat that, and now I've just been going through, now that I finally unlocked all the decks, going through and trying to one by one beat the lower stakes with each of them. But I wanted to beat Gold Stake at least once with one deck. So now I'm working on a bunch of other ones. I think I just beat like one of the low stake yellow deck ones. I can't remember which one's next in line. You have about 85% completion, goddamn. Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine it's gotta get gold every Joker. Yeah, I've watched some videos, so I've seen that some of them are pretty tough to get. But I feel like at this point I understand it well enough to win like most runs, but sometimes I just get really greedy and fuck myself. Yeah. I'm slowly understanding different, like, jokers that I can play around, instead of just going for, like, the best possible build every time. But anyway, anyways, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. But yeah, I'll post to my Discord to update plans and stuff, and, I'll update whether or not I plan on doing this on Monday. Yeah, I've run photo chat a lot. And I really like running Baron builds. That's always fun. But alright. Thank you guys for watching. Unfortunate that I didn't get as much done as I wanted, but, you know, 3 keys on Rogue, 1 key on Blood DK. Not the worst. Still good progress. Cut it there. Thanks for watching. Peace.